Hello, CD. Hello, Jen. Hello, Toasty. Thank you for all popping in on this kind of impromptu stream. I don't get to do this a lot, but I've been off this week and I've been working on other projects, and I thought I have not checked in on the Cougar for almost 2 months. So, why not? Yeah, Jen, I've looked at it a couple of times in my save file, and I'm like, I haven't played that in that long. I need to get back to this. But I get so busy with so many things going on. So I'm doing okay, CD. I'm doing all right. I'm hoping this will help me feel a little different. I've been having kind of some strange moods lately, so I'm hoping this will help. Been kind of itching to do this, so. Yeah, old screen even. Look, part 5. So those who aren't familiar with this, we've been doing this for a while now. I haven't played this in a couple months, but this is Cougar 1.0. I don't remember what the build is on it. Hey, Sirius. Hello. Cougar 1.0.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
And the Cougar threat is in the region. So our patience is paid off. I was wondering we were going to see that. And so what that means is we have 10 days before the Cougar arrives. So I guess we can take a look and see what I have and haven't done and figure out what I need to do and just keep busy for the next 10 days. So apparently we're playing this on... Is this the right one? I don't think this is the right save. Now that I think about it. Because we got way too much stuff here. I think this is the one that Jitwire and I used for study, because we've got way too much. I got way too much stuff on here. Hang on, let me go back to the save menu. I have a feeling this is the one we want. Okay, maybe we haven't gotten to the Cougar yet. I was gonna say, yeah, we haven't done any mapping. All right, this looks more familiar. Yeah, that other one was a modded one where we used the console and loaded up ourselves with a bunch of stuff so that we could experience the Cougar firsthand. Give me a minute here to go through everything and refamiliarize myself with what the heck I have and what I don't have. And you definitely need to do something about them gloves there, mister. And that sewing kit. Okay, we got bow. Memory serves me correctly. I think we've got a bear down somewhere. Yeah, here's the bear hide. Got a bear down somewhere. We leave a bunch of food upstairs, outside. Oh, we got a fire going. That's... Guess that was set to burn out. cook the water and burn out, so I'm not going to worry about that. Got a bunch of wolf hides. Hang on. Okay, we do have a bunch of meat out here. And bear meat it was. We got a bunch of venison. All right, I do remember killing the bear. What do we have for food here? Nothing exciting. We're almost cooking level 3, so we can start eating the bear meat. Okay. And then how many days do we have? I forget when the cougar shows up. 22 here. What's this? 20 there. Okay. 8 arrows. Well, I guess at this point we just kind of figure out what we can do to keep busy until the court. We can't really leave Mystery Lake too much, and because you got to stay put. So make it a code out of this, huh? So we got water boiling upstairs. Hammer, hacksaw, deer hide down. Trying to come up with a game plan of what's next. Definitely need some clothing. That's only going to happen if we make some. We do got an insulation. That's good. Bandages. Kind of remembered this little stash. Hey, DC. Welcome in. All right. Coming up in the better part of the day. Let's go assess what... I think we cleared the lake of all the wolves and the bear. Some cooking to do there. Where have we been? Camp office, forestry outlook. Have we been to trappers, I would assume? Okay, that's when we came in. Maybe a trip over to trappers? Doesn't look like we've been there. I think the big problem is going to be getting bored with Mystery Lake while we're waiting. Yeah, do you see? This is the Cougar 1.0. This is the game build that was out for 4 days before they yanked it. So I was able to go into the Steam database and find all the files to reconstruct this build. So, and then when Jitwire and I did the Cougar show last year, we actually have a save. I was just in it just a second ago, and it was basically we had it ready so that we could just kind of experience that that Cougar over and over again, kind of get a feel for it.
Sure getting cold.
Because it was kind of hard to talk about it because all we knew was 2.0 and we hadn't really experienced 1.0. It's awfully quiet over here.
It's so cold. I just want to lay down for a bit.
Yeah, Jen, I think the squeaky wheel got the grease on that one. I would have preferred if they would have left it out a little longer, given more people a chance to play it. I mean, I was looking forward to getting to the weekend to actually try to play it, and they had it yanked before we even had a chance because I think it came out on a Tuesday and they had it ripped out by Friday, if I remember correctly. So I don't even know how many people actually really got to play. It was mostly the people that didn't have a job that they didn't have to spend 10 hours at, or young enough that they could stay up all night and still could do their job. I can't do either of those anymore. I'll take you. Max, you got anything for me? Hey, another bear. You saw some videos on it, but it was before your time. Yeah, I saw videos on it. I know that Zach had an early video on it, and there was a few other people that did, and was looking forward to playing it, and again, never got a chance to. So this has been kind of my wanting to play it. I need to stream more, to get to it. Yeah, Zach's video became obsolete within 4 days. It was so bad. It was such a sad thing. He had gotten the privilege of being a playtester for Misery, and they allowed him to play the Cougar, and he was able to get an early look at it, but Kind of looks like we were here. We have been here. Well, we might as well take this with us. Maybe we can make some gloves. Need a couple more rabbits, though. Dog food is all nicely stacked. We didn't bring a pry bar. Hey, Daniel. Welcome. Do we have any fire hardens? We don't have any rocks. Okay, just regular arrows. I don't want to use those. Just a flesh wound, Toasty. Just a flesh wound. He'll be fine. Hello, Mr. Bear. I'm not sure I want to tangle with you. Got a bear already. Although a second bear would mean a coat. We could use a coat. Trying to survive long enough to see the cougar. I don't need to die from a bear attack. Not a whole lot here to get excited about. Let's warm up. Ooh, we reset the bear. We'll go wandering around looking for trouble. Staying away from him, though. Don't necessarily need that kind of trouble. Now that looks like trouble running towards us at full steam. You coming to say hello, Wolf? Don't see him anymore.
I could eat anything right now.
Oh, we do have some. Come on, rabbit. Tip of the sword. Get out of here. I'll be taking that. Go over to this cabin and warm up. See if this turns into a blizzard.
Surrounded by snow and nothing to drink.
Oh, this has got the old moose markings. Look. They're down here on the ground. They've moved them up higher in the newer versions. So those are higher up now. That's the low-sided moose markings there. All right. Let's go in here and warm up. Give you something to eat and something to drink. Have we been in here? No, but I'll take a book nonetheless. Yes, we have been in here.
Man, I could eat anything.
Already? We just ate. All right, eat the risky granola bar. No complaining if it makes you sick. Well, I'm going to meander back to camp office. Maybe we can bring some of that deer meat inside and cook it. Gather up some fire material. The granola bar is good, but the mold gives it a zing. And a very odd aftertaste. Did we get another piece of free-range coal? All right. I like it. Coal out of its natural habitat. This is true. They do eat. You eat moldy cheese. Why not? Wheat is just beer. Beer is just wheat we let go in the water. Yeah. They have a different name for that, though. They don't call it went bad. They call it fermentation.
I need to find some place to escape this cold.
It's all about the verbiage. Ooh, we need some firewood. Why not? We could use one more. I hit him in the paw and it didn't kick him. It was a glancing blow.
I could eat a horse.
How about a rabbit? It's kind of like a horse. You could try to ride it. Don't think it'd be very fun, though.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
Yeah, all those fancy names. Hear footsteps? Negative. It's alright. Gonna be walking around unarmed anyway. Alright, Astrid, let's get in the house and hook up some deer to keep you fed for a day or two. And you ever wonder why there's horseshoes everywhere and no horses? It's all Astrid's fault. Hey, I hear ptarmigans too. Can't see the dang thing. Alright. Grab a few of these and cook them upstairs. Oh, we got ptarmigans at the door too.
I wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
Maybe. Maybe you can drop some. Just because you ate a horse doesn't mean you can't get away with not carrying stuff. Oh, we got another one. Cool. We need gloves. That'll work. I have this horrific vision of her,
Come on, little
you
fella.
know, hunched over top of the horse's neck, attacking it like a vampire. Because she's so ravenously hungry. Did you put that away? Thank you. Let's do this caveman way. Come on. Look, Astrid, I got you almost a horse. 17 minutes. Can we wreak havoc on that in 17 minutes? Yes, we can. You know, if they're going to have DLC, or not DLC, but NPC characters in Black Frost, one of them needs to have like an obscure little story about. Do you remember the story about the woman from the island who ate horses or something along that line? Just as a like a funny aha moment. The sound horses make screeching that goes down the canyon. This echo. Or tortured horse.
I'm starving.
Really? You just ate a horse. Astro would love Red Dead Redemption. She'd be all over that. She'd come strolling up the saloon. I had a horse today. Ooh, I think we have time to do that. The wolves and bear just flee in fear. That's funny, John. Or DC, I'm sorry. It's bunny-sized horse. That one's cooked. It's got 10 calories. It's the new diet rabbit. You might as well just eat all this, Astrid. You're just going to be complaining later anyway. Alright, we got the guts from that one. Let's get the guts from this one. You love that we're talking about Astrid's obsession with horses and certainly bodily fluids. Will does the same phrases, at least. We just complain about Will's, you know, asthmatic breathing. Don't waste the fire. Cook some water. That rabbit was from the zone of contamination. Do you have any meat on him? That should be about right. Here, let's eat all these small pieces after. We can't wait until we get the region with nuclear power plants so we can start fighting mutated rabbits and... Yeah, can you imagine? What is it on The Simpsons? The three-eyed fish? Hang in there, Aster. We're almost done. Maybe we can build you some new gloves. And suddenly there are no bones, there's no guts, there's no nothing. Just disappeared. Okay, fire's out. Water is boiled. Good. It's cured, cured, cured. Not quite cured. Not. Hang on, Loon. The bot is getting crazy with being a social. I don't know how they didn't include small guts, or small cuts from the kind of thing the rabbit pulling would have. High pokage. Doing that in the dark. Yeah, you imagine? You get all of these little micro cuts all over your fingers. Look like a seamstress without a thimble. All right, Astra, I think we can put you to sleep. And not like the rabbits. You see how much I stream, Toasty? It's been so long that you've forgotten that I've made you. Guaranteed to stream at least once every 2 months. I need to change that. I am so bad about it. That's actually an interesting idea, Loon. I'm reading what you're talking about with the thing with the cuts and having gloves, but wouldn't that be neat as if in order to save yourselves from your fingers being cut, it's like the work gloves or some kind of leather glove would prevent that. That paycheck will clear any day now? Yep. I only post dated it to 2032. So it's getting closer every day. Yeah, you only get cuts from the wolf bite, so that'd be neat if you had, more possibilities for accidents and stuff. Like harvesting or whatever. If you're harvesting an animal and you're harvesting level 1, if you're not wearing gloves, the chance of cutting your hands goes up. Whereas if you are Carcass level 5, the chance of cutting your hands is reduced. But if you're wearing gloves, then it reduces that chance by a certain percentage. It'd probably be harder than hell to code that, but it's an interesting idea. All right, Astrid, it's rabbit or deer. We can't have horse. It's not going to work. So why don't we eat the rabbit? Or the difference between using a knife and a hacksaw or a hatchet. My poor glove. Where are they at? They're on the wrong screen here. All right. Let's drop these because we need one more to make my dang gloves. Yeah, the stink modeling is weak. Yeah. There's a lot of little twists like that they could do. I mean, like the same thing you've been cutting all these rabbits up. You haven't washed your hands, so you would think that you'd have a bit of smell on your hands if you went outside. Kind of like carrying a ptarmigan pie kind of thing. Doesn't quite light up a stink line, but it definitely gets the wolves' attention. I don't have any more rabbit down here at all. Does not appear to be that way. Could make a wolf coat. I don't know if that's necessarily going to do as much good. I think the wolf coat is worth 3. Am I remembering correctly? Four. Of course, worth 4. Yeah, we're building up a little bit of a stash. The thing is, with the fact that we're playing Cougar 1.0, we kind of need to hang out in one location. So Mystery Lake has just kind of been the default choice at the moment because when we got here, we had just gotten back with the bow and we were starving to death. And so we just figured we'd hang out. So now we got food here. We got skins down. Just try to improve our lifestyle a little bit here. Too much realism can be annoying. Yes, it can be. Like I said, it would be an interesting idea, but at what point do you push the envelope too far? So yeah, you got to weigh out, fun versus reality. It's probably, I would say, similar to the few times that I've played Project Zomboid. Zomboid can seem really intense because there's a lot of little factors that play into, getting cut from glass and things like that. It becomes a lot more micromanaging. Very fun game. Hard to play for me. I'm still trying to get my head wrapped around it because it's completely different, but definitely gets me to laughing. I probably need to make a bow soon. That'll keep us busy, but we should stay outside so we don't get Toasty's favorite affliction, cabin fever. Yeah, Zomboid is an interesting game. I've played it maybe a half dozen times. I still haven't quite got myself wrapped around it, but I think the game would be a lot funner as a group thing. So I kind of look forward to Jitwire getting back and maybe doing some more like cooperative things, collaborative things like that. Especially something like that where not a lot of us have played it, and what a chaotic mess it would be to watch us play that. It'd be a train wreck. What do you mean you turn it off? Cabin fever is the most exciting thing to ever happen to you. And by the way, Loon, I didn't say hello, and I owe you a DM because I am going to send you a message to ask you if you'd like to come onto the podcast. I'm trying to get more and more people scheduled and seeing how you're getting involved with our special project. Only fair to get you invited to the show. That's all right. We've had people that are retired though.
Do I, if I don't warm up soon.
Be very, very quiet. I'm hunting for guests for the podcast. It's been my biggest hurdle with that though, is because you don't you can't spend enough time in the day to go to everybody's streams and get to know them well enough that you can ask them to do that. So it's been very important and extremely nice that we've had people that go, come on the show and go, oh, I mod for so and so, or I know so and so, and it's like, hey, can you introduce us to that person and break the ice, so to speak. So that has really helped with a lot of things. Oops. Mouse got away from me. Yeah, I mean, if you're interested in doing it, I didn't realize that you weren't, because of the fact that Ark had, asked you to be a part of the, our little project thing on the podcast. But, if you want to come on and talk, that's great. You don't feel like it's a good fit, I'm okay with that too. We're always looking for, new streamers and stuff to promote and say, hey, go check out this guy's Long Dark stuff or survival stuff. I know a lot of the guests we have on play more than just the Long Dark. You know what, Toasty? I am still nervous about that, although I was very tickled about his response. Probably still want to wait until Zach gets his opportunity, because I know Zach has been bugging him already about having that interview with him, and I owe Zach a ton, and I don't want to step on toes. So I'm going to be extremely gracious and allow him to have that opportunity. But it was definitely, I don't even know how to explain it. It was just a very weird moment. It was a very weird moment. And the funny thing is his response followed him following us first. So he had followed us, and then a day later when I made that comment on his post about episode 5 is when he responded. So needless to say, it was quite intriguing. Yeah, I'm hoping Zach has been talking to me on, on the backside about he's working on getting a hold of him for that, and he's been really busy, and we know why. So I'm assuming that once Raph gets episode 5 out or gets close to release, he'll give Zach that interview. I mean, Zach and him have a relationship enough that I would assume he'll get back to him. I mean, for God's sakes, he's given him keys, and he was part of the playtesters and everything, so I think he would get nod anyway. But once that's done, I may dip my toe in the water and reach out and ask. I'm still nervous about it, though. Yeah, I saw your post on Blue Sky for that, on the giving away the CD keys. See, this is the supportive type of community. Oh, hello. Hang on, Jan. I got to deal with the local authorities here. Would you like to talk? I didn't bring any bribe money. Ooh, that didn't look like that went well at all. That animation looked really funky. See, this is a supportive type of the community I like. Not all TLD creators are like that. Yeah, I owe Zach a ton. I really do. And I'm really proud to be part of his team and doing the things that I do for him. So I would be remiss to try to muscle in and get ahead of him on an interview like that, especially when I know that he's been talking about it and trying to arrange it. So yeah, there's just no way I could do it. It would just be bad juju to do it. No idea how Zach has the time. He does it like 15-minute increments. His editing must be a murder, because I know that's what he's doing. He's basically stopping this constantly. You know, it's like he'll get 15 minutes to record. So how he keeps a coherent thing going is kudos to him. Kudos. All right, we've been here. We just need to warm up. Toasty, I would have to say that it's my stretch goal to kind of have Raph's blessings on what we do, in the sense that he's okay with it. And that was the nice thing that I read into his response was, you know, when he said that sounds like fun, it wasn't a cease and desist, like stop what you're doing. So I like that part of it. It would be nice just to have that, you know. And if he decided we could talk him to coming on, I kind of want to do the same thing. I don't necessarily want to interview him. I just want to talk. Let's talk about the game. You know, if you've got episode 5 out and the game is starting to come to a rest, let's talk about the silly things that I want to ask him. So I mean, I think my first question to him should be, why are there no bathrooms in Desolation Point? I think that would be funny for the audience. It would be funny for him. So I think I should start with that. Just for the hell of it. I guess we need to find a pry bar. You got all kinds of closed lockers that I keep forgetting about. Yeah, I would agree with that. I don't think there'd be any reason for him to not be okay with it. I mean, especially after what they put out, what you were talking about with, you know, content creators and giving away CD keys and stuff like that. But yeah, see, I think that would be a fun interview / conversation with him. We need to ask all these silly questions about, you know, why does she has this passion for what we've been talking about earlier? Why does she want to eat a horse? And why does she have this forsaken thing about drinking pee? I think that's the things we should come up with. Should talk about the silly stuff. No, you don't need to sleep. Just warm up. But at this point, if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I'm not going to worry about it. What do you say at the Oscars? It was just nice to be nominated. It was nice to be on the radar. What would be more interesting is if you ended up, like, showing up in some way or form, even incognito. Listening to the five of us yammer on about what we think episode 5 is going to be like. I had no speech prepared because, well, I wasn't planning to win. You cold already, Astrid? Guess we really need to work on your clothing, don't we? Maybe in a way to spend some time, maybe we will build you a wolf coat along with your rabbit mittens. We'd have to get another bearskin down before we make another coat, so we've got wolf pelts available. Might as well you put them to use. Probably should have gutted that other one. Didn't even think about that. It's kind of meandering. Oh, hello, guys. Wow. Well, we've got a little blood loss here. Come on. Do a better job this time. All right. Enough. Got to bandage herself. It's about my favorite region. Keeper's Pass. It's about Keeper's Pass. All right, not bad, Astrid. You get a 2.5 for that one. But we have enough to light a fire here. I think I had some coal. Yeah, why not? What are we doing? Why did it? I need to teach the bot what is and what isn't a good sentence. Toasty, if you get a second, let that go through. But if not, once I get the fire started, Luna, I gotta get that bot.
Come on, little
He's
fire.
very, very strict.
Perfect.
Hey, fire starting 3. Now if we could just get the cooking 3. Maybe I should cook these guys up. That'd be... Might as well. $18, yeah. Go ahead. Ew. You really dug in there, didn't you, girl? All right. Get some cooking going here. I really just want the hide. Here, use your hands. Save the knife. Minutes. You just had to turn the auto mod and let the night mod do it. Is that on your channel? I don't even know what I have set up. I do this so rarely. Yeah, they can get really cranky if you don't tell them to go easy. They see certain words and they just lock you up. And I don't think I've actually sat down and like really went through it and went, oh, I need to set this up. So I think the podcast one's a lot cleaner. Oh, hello, Blizzard. Well. Might be a good time for one of those teas. Too windy. Darn. Well, not bad. We got 2 of them done. I don't think we're going to get the meat cooked, but... Nope. It was a gamble. I think it's actually kind of sad. I think the point of having mods isn't so much to stop people from saying things, it's to allow the words to come through because the bot's being overzealous. I don't know how many times I've been in Toasty streams and it's had to let stuff go through because somebody was just saying something, you know, relatively simple. Yeah, I'll have to get my lazy butt in there and figure out what I've got going on. Because when I stream this, I use OBS versus the Streamlabs, so I don't mess up the settings for the podcast. So I don't even know what I've got set up. It's probably YouTube stuff. I don't even think I have anything third party attached to the OBS. We never really had mods on the podcast until we had somebody actually in there that was being a jerk. And unfortunately, with me trying to do all the directions on the show and that, I didn't catch it right away. And that's kind of how Toasty got anointed as the first mod. And then we put a couple of more on. It's just more or less just for crowd control more than anything. Especially when you're in there and you're just kind of talking and stuff. It was really bad when Jitwire was on, because she generally can play that role while I'm doing all of the directions for the podcast. So when she took that month off, it was hard for me to control all that stuff. See, it nailed Jen too. I got to turn that off. I promise on next one we'll turn it off. You used to mod one channel that got hit by porn bots. Yeah. You never know. You never know what's going to happen. That's what always made me afraid with the podcast after we had that one little thing. It was like, you know what? It's time to start having somebody being able to back you up. Sometimes you don't see everything, and I know that like when Toasty and Pickle Lil are in the audience, and that they're reading the chat probably even more so than I am, because I look at the chat and then I have to look at what's going on, making sure that the stream isn't crashing and Streamlabs isn't knocking Jitwire off the air and all that kind of stuff. So all right, we're getting close to a coat. Yeah, just put that in there for now. We could use a whetstone. Need to fix our knife. You know, I could understand, I could understand the bot being careful with the children thing, but if your stream is not listed for children, then it should be a little more lenient, but I get it. And you know, it's not like the end of the world to stop and you know, show somebody's post, so it's not that big a deal. Norn and corn, yeah. Ways to work around it. Okay. Well, Astrid, we've had a busy day. I don't know if it was a productive day, but we had a busy day. A few more wolves on the ground drying. It's set for not for children, but it still gets upset and flags people for breathing. Yeah, isn't that the truth? All right, you know what? Let's put this outside with the bear meat, because we haven't earned that stripe yet. Once we get to cooking level 3, we'll be able to eat that. I think, is it cooking 3 or 5? I forget. I never get to cooking level anything because I play all these little short runs. I think it's cooking level 5, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. We got a long way to go. Oh, there's my whetstone. You work in the educational system, the battle to keep educational YouTube. You know what? I'm almost to the point. It's like, why don't they create like a subsection for that stuff? You know, maybe they need to make almost like channels. You know, YouTube is like you turn it on, you get a cavalcade of everything. Maybe stuff like that for kids or educational. Maybe they should put a channel specifically for that. That way they can keep it out of the rest of the population. Maybe that would help them in the long run. I guess we need to do that too, don't we? Let's sharpen our tools. Yeah, my favorite one with YouTube is like my wife and I share a Prime account, so we don't have to watch the commercials and stuff. And so if you click on one thing, you know, like a widget straightener, then, you know, for days you get nothing but people that made videos about that. It's like, I just saw this one. I thought it was neat. I wanted to see it. Hey, Turkey Stream, hello. Welcome in. Oh no, it's dark. Guess what, guys? No safe house customization. We can't cheat. Got to do it the old way. Look at the windows. Use your hands. Actual darkness, yes. This is old enough to have actual darkness. All right. Anything we can work on? Did we get any clothing that got really chewed up when we were dancing with the wolves? These pants could use a little dress. Oh, it's dark. I can't fix the pants. Never mind. Oh, no, no. I mean, I could have used the lamp. I was getting it out and then realized I was looking at the floor. It looked really dark and then realized I could see the light through the windows. So I would have turned the lamp on if it was as dark as I thought it was, but I didn't realize I was looking at my feet. Oh, just past time. As you can see, I had the lamp out. We still got a little bit of deer left. Cook the rest. We don't need to eat anything. What's the weather like? Clear but cold. Probably not worth going after that other wolf hide. We got a ton. Still got 4 pieces out here to cook. How much wood we have though? How much firewood do we have? Not much. Need to go gather sticks. We chewed up all the curtains. Short answer, yes. Long answer is you'll have to get the mod for that console. It is in the TLD mod deal. There's a console for the survival side and a console for the Wintermute side. So you'll just need to put that in your melon loader. I haven't tried it. I don't know anything about it, but I did see it on that list. Because I tried to use the dev console once in survival and I couldn't get it to work. And then when I was doing some other looking for other mods, I saw it. So yeah, so it's a separate mod, which makes sense, I guess, because they did split the game. All right, fixing our pants, repairing our britches. Oh, Astrid. Really? Come on. I need to fix these pants. We want to be able to blend in at any Holiday Inn with these curtains, this patches. We'll be camouflaged. Cattail heads. Well, let's take a gander outside and see how cold it is. You want to make a short on the Lake Gunshide side quest. Don't have any footage for it. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, you know, I've been dipping my toe into that a little bit with like thumbnails and stuff, because you know the stuff that goes on in episode 3 with the plane crash, having the flames in the mountains and the fire in front of Thompson's Crossing, it kind of adds a little depth of something different to the doing some of the thumbnails. So that might be kind of cool to have the to have the dev console for that, be able to jump in and maneuver around. Oh, now you've done it, DC. You've upset Astrid by talking about horses. So she blocked your comment. She was thinking about all those horses, so it detracted her from sewing, yeah. I keep thinking about the fact that if you repaired all these clothing with all these curtains and how paisley and funky it would look. You walking through the snow and you've got, you know, these red and blue stripe things all patched into your jeans and stuff. All right, let's go find sticks, Astrid. We need firewood. I'm sitting out here jibber jabbering in the cold. That's it. I got 2 sticks. 2 sticks. Fooled me. Thought it was a stick. Part of the branch.
Cold is making my head feel thick.
How long did it take for the original Cougar to show up in a region? I'm not 100% sure. I want to say on Interloper it was the Cougar showed up like 20 or 30 days in. I would have to go back and research that. I don't recall. I know it worked off the adage of you staying in one location. And then
Wait.
you'd get a warning. In fact, I have a save, and if you guys are that interested, I can save this. I mean, we're just killing time. And show you what that looks like. We could actually hibernate and get to that point. Because I think the other save is on Stalker because there's a rifle in the inventory. So that was the one I loaded up first when I first started streaming. I thought that was the save, and it was actually the one Jitwire and I were using for the podcast prep. But I know you'll get like a little thing will pop up on the screen. It'll say that the Cougar is interested in, or it's in your area, and then it'll have a little timer at the bottom. It says 10 days, and it'll. The thing I thought was really cool about it was that when you got to the point where it was in your region, that the music and the drama of it is so cool. It's very dramatic. It's almost tribal, the way the drum is like a drum beat. And what? We need to warm up. Break that down. Need some firewood anyway. No, I don't mind. I'm like I said, I'm trying to play this, but I don't mind showing everybody. It's kind of sad that the fact is that this was out for such a short period of time that not everybody got to see it, enjoy it, and very few people recorded much on it. So, I mean, it's out there, but I don't mind sharing it. I mean, heck, that's part of doing this. Ooh. You need a sewing kit. You know, you might as well take this too, because you're getting low on curtains, and This will add some variety to that coat. Down to cattails. It was actually one of the things I was thinking about with the podcast, because I know we were talking about that the other day, that we had a comment about us doing a second show in the week, and I don't know that we could do one weekly, but we could do one probably once or twice a month. But one of the things we could do that could be kind of interesting is do a more visual show, and then we could jump in to the game and even, you know, like do like goat walkthroughs, or you know, we could use the mods to move ourselves around and show different spots on the map or something, you know. Little helpful things along that lines. Plaids and stripes? That's not going to work. Seeing how we're getting firewood for cooking those last pieces of deer, maybe we should just get some more deer. If I can't sneak up on this guy. Pay no mind to the guy wearing curtains over here at all. Just ignore this young lady wearing curtain striped socks. Well, seeing how you're coming this way. Oh, yeah,
Oh,
ran
what
just
is wrong with
before.
my life?
Another shot. See what happens. Need the scent in the air? Yeah. Oh, well, we got you. It was a hoof shot. Now where are you going to run off to? Probably Timbuktu here. Oh, you're going to go way up there?
I'm starting to feel numb.
Well, I guess the only good thing is there's no wolves up there. They cheat. They climb where I can't climb. Oops, come on. Get stuck in the hole? There you go. I say I've been up here a dozen times. I know it's possible. You could always stuff her socks full of guts and stuff and just have her run around stinky. Oh, Astrid. We were following the scent mark and the blood trail. And we're supposed to twist an ankle or a wrist or whatever the hell.
I've never felt so cold in my life.
There you go, Toasty. You were talking about this the other day with the blood disappearing. I think the tracking should be better. All right, duck into here and warm up. Get a drink. I guess we should eat something too, huh?
Oh,
Well, that's probably not the deer. That's probably the dude that's hanging out in Dave's quiet clearing. Yeah, I probably lost it. We'll have to find it later. I'm going to take a peek over here. It was just not a very good shot. We'll have a deer laying around with an arrow sticking out of its ankle. Yeah, I think we were discussing this one time over. I think Toasty and I were talking about it, where, you know, there should be like a tracking skill, you know, and the better you get at it, the longer the blood stays in the snow. Be kind of an interesting addition. All right. Well, let's take our sticks back and cook what we've got because we need to feed our girl. We'll start complaining about not having horse for dinner. And then maybe we can find our wayward deer. Did I hear a bark? Just sworn I heard a bark. Lost my mind. I hear ptarmigans. I hear barking. Tell you what. Let's... Oh, yeah. We can't use the weapon because we've twisted our ankles. The ones on our hands. Can you pick these up at least, Astrid? Yeah, like a skill mechanic where, you know, like cooking or anything where you level up. Gotta crash. Good night. Yeah, good night, Loon. Thanks for stopping in, bud. I appreciate that. More than you know. Yeah, I know for some of you, I'm probably on really late, but for me on the West Coast, it's just barely coming up on 10 o'clock. And I did get a late start, so. Night, CD. Thanks for stopping in. Appreciate it. All right. Let's grab. I know you're starving. Horse is not on the menu. You're just going to have venison.
And this pack is getting kind of heavy.
All right. Let's go up here and cook our venison. Feed her girl. Oh, we don't need the tinder. That's right. We're special now. We don't need tinder. We still can't light a fire, but...
Come on, little fire. Come on. Oh, yeah. That's a good one.
I don't think you're going to survive an hour, so better feed you. How are we coming along here? About 50%. Okay. Getting closer. Two more of those. May have to make some arrows. hurting for matches by any stretch. Because I was starting to think about that. So I was just kind of lighting fires willy-nilly without taking a look. Can't exactly just light them because, but we don't necessarily need to worry about it. All right. How long does this take? An hour. We don't really have an hour. Thought I'd maybe get something done, but I think these only have 30 minutes left. If I'd have done it right when I put them down, that would have worked. 2 hours on that. All right, just speed this process up here. Of course, there'd be an 18-minute one in there. Gee, Astrid, you were quite hungry. You ate everything I made. Gonna have one left over. Didn't think about tomorrow, did you? Just ate everything in the house. Guess we could make some bannock. Give it something to back up. It's not exactly pancakes, but it'll do. Need a way to make biscuits. That'd be a nice little added food. I mean, you kind of need baking powder to make that work, but drop biscuits, you could get away with that. You got all this oil and fat, and bannock can be a pancake if I want it to be. I could pretend. It's all variations of a theme, what you call it. I mean, when we took our trip up to Monument Valley, they had a thing on the menu called the Navajo burger, which was basically just Indian fry bread, and they put a cheeseburger in the middle of it. It was really good, but it's basically the kind of the same thing. I mean, sopapillas are kind of similar, except you fry them. It's just cooked dough. How about one more? $29 minutes, 25 minutes, 42 minutes. I'm good with all that. Got a little bit of food for tomorrow. What's our time look like? What do we finally... I wonder if I could look that up. Wonder if I could find out when Cougar 1.0 is supposed to show up. I'm sure somewhere's got information on it. It's been so long since I did any research on this. The original cougar, the long dark, spawns in regions after roughly 20 to 30 days, depending on the difficulty. So I wonder if I have to be here 20 days in region. So when did we get back to Mystery Lake? We got here on the 12 days ago. So we might have to be here a little longer before it shows up. 20 to 30 days. I would assume it's probably on the lower end. I may have to go find Zach's old video and go watch it and figure it out. 10 to 12 days. Okay. Well, we're getting close to 12 days. Because we came in on 12/13. So, yeah. And I know that little thing that I saw earlier when we first loaded that other save up. You know what? It had that little thing where it said the cougar was 10 days out, so. That should work out. Yeah, I was trying to look it up on my phone. Thank you, DC. It would, you know, it's kind of nice to kind of have an idea of. It's not the most exciting thing to hang out in one region for 1,000 days. Oh, we got one. We got two. We just need two more. We can make a coat. Okay. Oh, there's your favorite. I got it, Toasty. Cabin fever risk. We have a bedroll. Can I go sleep up on the hill? I'm not carrying a bedroll. Do we own a bedroll? I wonder if I left it up in the cave knowing that's where I was going to have to hang out. Something tells me that's where it's at. I have no recollection as where the bedroll is, but I have a feeling if I had it, I probably left it up here in this cave because we probably played this at some point with Cabin Fever once before. So we might as well go check while we got some daylight to do so. overshot my mark here a little bit. See a campfire.
Feels like night is coming.
Well, apparently we did not leave a bedroll up here. And I certainly don't have one. Very, very interesting. Oop, I hear it. The aurora. We could do a snow shelter, but it was just cabin fever risk, so I'm not going to sweat it. Which I find really funny because, I mean, we've been outside walking around, hunting wolves. Like, how in the hell do I have cabin fever that quickly? I spent a few hours cooking some deer and some bannock. Suddenly, I'm getting stir crazy. Well, how bad's our wrist? It's already gone away, so. We just had a rocking chair. We could hang out on the porch. Take a little nap. Yeah, it's just one of those things you just don't know if you've been outside enough. Because it's, yeah, like you said, it's a rolling average that throws things off. And I wanted to make a coat. See if the sleep will help. It helped my wrist. Way to go, Astrid. Your wrists aren't limp anymore. All right. Rabbits aren't quite done. How about the wolves? One. Yes, we can. I think we need 4 of these bad boys.
Ugh, my tongue feels like sandpaper.
Ooh. What grit? What grit sandpaper, huh? $50. Good Lord. Oh, that's because we don't have that knife. Okay. Well, let's do like 4 hours, and then we'll go outside for a little while. And
Yeah, all I can think about is food.
there you go again, thinking about food while you're trying to work. All right. Have some bannock. It's only a little stale. Yeah, 35 hours for a coat that does 4 degrees. But we've got the materials, so might as well make it. We're trying to kill time. And all we've got are these 1.5 parkas. And it's not even like I have a Mackinac or anything, so I might as well make it. And until I go hunt the other bear, but then I gotta let it cure, so. Yeah, I figured I'd come outside and go grab some sticks, go back, craft it. Maybe we'll keep the silly cabin fever at bay. Might work. Probably should have checked that cave up there when we were looking for the deer and see if they might bedrolled up there. I can't remember if this is old enough that it's on the old loot tables or not either. If it gets really bad, we'll just hang out, sleep in that truck down by the bridge. Hey, the local authorities are back over here. Got one wolf. You know what? Grab some of this. We did use one of these earlier. It'll be my luck that I don't have one ready. I'll get 1 day away from the cougar and die from an infection. Whoops. I got all turned around. can't remember if I've been up here or not. I think you gotta go around this way. There we go.
I think I can use this.
Hey, there's something you don't see in a toilet every day. Pair of gloves. Oh, and they're frozen. Well, maybe when you thaw them out, you can use some Astrid. You're back already? Can we take care of all those? It is a piece of leather, one way or the other. So whether I do anything with it, it was worth the trip for the piece of leather. Because if I make some rabbit mittens, we can shred the
You could eat anything.
12% gloves for the leather and just hang on to the other ones for a backup at the moment. By the way, Toasty, thank you for adding that sound bite. That is my favorite.
Did I say I hate being cold? Because I really do.
How about we go inside and warm up while you're making a coat? Ha 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 ha. It's got to be one of my favorite Homer Simpson quotes. I mean, there's a ton of them, but that's got to be one of my favorite. The other one that I like a bunch is one where I think he's at the power plant and he picks up the phone and he goes, "I'm sorry, you'll have to speak up. I'm wearing a towel." And it just total nonsense of two different things of why wearing the towel has anything to do with the guy speaking louder on the phone. But the toilet one is just hilarious. All right, workbench. Let's do this. Tell you what, just eat the deer meat. Put in another 3 hours. All right. Daytime left. Oh, no. Use the knife. I don't know if we're going to get 3 hours, but we'll give it a shot. Ooh, we're getting an aurora. That would be helpful. You're pulling a night shift, Astrid. And it's funny, I say that to you that I like that soundbite, and there's a few other ones that I think are funny. I can't ever remember ever actually launching one though. Between Castle and Jess and that, it's like I don't need to. They do it enough on their own. All right, Astrid. We're almost under a day.
Oh, I've never been so hungry in my life.
Really? Oop. Getting close. Yeah, looks like we need to go upstairs and get water. Looks like the Aurora's crapping out on us anyway.
Oh, I'm starving.
Well, you got a bannock and some cattails left, but we need to go find that deer apparently. We had the right idea, just a bad execution of the idea. This is true. They've pulled off some pretty good ones with a little bit of coordination between the two of them. Yeah, you're right. If they coordinated, that's why I don't feel like there's any need for me to help. Castle doesn't need any help. He cracks me up though. All right, time to get some sleep, bastard. We're gonna wake up to cabin fever. 24 days. Well, why don't we spend a few hours this morning making a coat, and then maybe we ought to go look for that deer. We're going to start running out of food here. And your knife is in need of a good sharp. That's what I'm thinking. I think it should be any time. 12 hours, Astrid. God, you're slow at this. All right, what time is it? All right, we're past the midday mark. While it's warm out. Okay, take that back. While it's windy out. I guess worst case scenario, we could always eat like one piece of bear meat and roll the dice. I mean, it's 1%, but still, it's 1%. I go the wrong way? I knew there's a way up here. Yeah. Not go far enough. Maybe I didn't go far enough.
God, I'd eat anything right about now.
This is the way. Around this rock. Except I probably won't get the crow's help. No, I don't see it tucked up here. I had a bear one time come up here. Had to harvest it up here. That was a pain in the butt. Ooh. Well, we had a deer. I wonder if it despawned in the... That or I found an arrow that I lost long ago. I'm gonna keep looking.
I can't feel my feet.
Well, there's another deer. Go screw up his life. I'm going to think that was it. That rogue arrow sticking out in the middle of nowhere is probably
It's a goddamn
our
freezing.
former deer. Ooh, I see your antlers. I see a... Ooh, ptarmigans too. I don't know that they can. Ooh, hello. Much better shot. Thank you, sir. Keep breaking arrows, but...
starving.
It's gonna blow out right away. Where am I on the hill? If anything, let me warm up some teas.
Come on, little fire.
You've got to be kidding me, Ash. What are you doing here? Use the book. You just got your fire starting 3 badge. You didn't wear it?
Come on, little fire. Oh, lucky day.
This might work. Rabbit's totally oblivious to the murder scene. I had an idea for a challenge that had to do with something similar to that, where you play Interloper and you're like this person who spent his whole life in the city, so you have no idea how to do any of these things. So, like when you first spawn and that, you can only light fires in established places where there was a fire. So, like at a campfire it was already set up, or a stove. You can't light fires willy-nilly without reading the book. And then once you read the book, then you can light a campfire, but you got to have the book out next to it to look at the pictures to make sure you're doing it right. And then when you reach like level 3, you can get rid of the book. And have to do that with everything, like harvesting. Like you can't harvest anything until you read the book, and then when you've read the book, you can only do like rabbits and ptarmigans, and you have to have the book out. And here, tell you what, do a small piece so we can feed the girl. And in case the wind comes up. 26 minutes. Still warm. All right. Kind of create a purpose for the books, because I know a lot of people. Some people read them, some people don't. They just skip over top of them. But kind of give the books a strong purpose. All right, that should make you feel better, actually. Yeah, kind of the same thing. I was thinking that you could, and with Interloper, you could actually like incorporate those gun books that you have no need for. You could actually make them part of your gunsmithing or, forging. You got to have the book in order to even forge. You got to learn how to do it. I may have to throw that in on my testing my limits challenge and see. Interloper's got enough headaches for me as it is. Force myself to have to lock into those books, and then you don't find them right away either. That would be the other caveat. You don't find a harvesting book right away. All right, wind. You be nice. We need this deer. This keeps us outside and allows us to make our coat. He's still good. How's the fire doing? Got an hour on the fire. I could just take the rest of this. If the fire goes out now, we'll at least have the deer. If I have to lose the skin and the guts, then oh well.
Can you eat trees? Because I'm gonna.
There we go with the trees again. That's the small piece here. Let's move you over there. Oh, what good timing, actually. Seeing how we're right here. Let's see if my bedroll is here. I see firewood. That's good. We need firewood. Oh, I remember this picture. It's that time we went to the forestry lookout and we had horse for dinner. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, you're drinking birch bark tea. Isn't chiclet kind of like a tree sap? Tree gum? Well, we'll commit to this fire and cook as much as we can. We need to be outside anyway. Yeah, I don't know about spearmint. I know peppermint is like it's like the leaf of a plant. How much time we got? 27 minutes. Can we get to hide? We can probably do this. Uh-oh. Hear the wind. It took it. That's all right. We got everything we came for.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
Well, guess what, Astrid? You're gonna have to carry some. Yeah, Toasty, that's true. There are maple saplings, and we do have maple syrup, so. Trees are on the menu, Astrid. And if you were a little further south, you'd probably have fruit trees, which is...
Oh, it's getting dark out here. Time to look for shelter.
I thought I had read that somewhere. That chiclets are actually the derivative for chicle, I think, is where it comes from trees, like a tree gum or sap. I remember seeing that somewhere because chiclets used to be a big thing when I was younger. I don't know if they still even sell the dang things. But they were like little square pieces of like candy-coated gum. Came in a box. There are fruit trees on Great Bear Island. We're just not bearing any fruit at the time of the... We think they're probably apple or peaches. I think you mentioned apples because of the dehydrated apples, but I would even say they look like peach trees from what little time I spent on my grandfather's ranch. But it's hard to tell. I mean, they're cartoon depictions, so... No doubt, huh? There would be quite a few apples, especially with so few survivors. I think we went the wrong way, boys and girls. That's okay. As long as we get home eventually. It's confusing because the 3D model says that they're Pleasant Valley, but they're 2D model, yeah. And we haven't even brought up acorns. Acorns are essentially eating the, you know, offspring of trees. Oh, dude, man. Come over here and bother me.
Fingers. No.
Good night, Prince. Yeah, that's a possibility. I hadn't thought about that. Yeah, because you know when doesn't it the game render like things in a distance in 2D until you get closer and then it replaces it? Something along that line. So that way you have depth of field. All right, Astrid, I hate to tell you this, but we're going to be a little cold.
It's so cold. I think.
And of course, we're walking into the wind. And we're slow as molasses. Come on, let's trade some energy for some speed here. We're about due to sleep anyway. At least now we have food. Hopefully we have enough water and we can finish this project. I think we have some raw stuff here. Raw. Okay. Oops. Holster that weapon, young lady. Let's do that. These all the same, okay. I don't think you can quite sleep the full tag here. Nine'll do, nine'll do. All right, steal one of these. Ooh, rabbit's cured too. We can make gloves. But let's finish the coat. Poor knife is going to need some attention. Go for 3 hours. Let's see what we get to. Touch this up for a second. Got one more. There. Now you won't yell at me about food for probably the rest of the day. Okay. All right. Power session. As the shadows cross the floor. Almost there, Astrid. Almost. Gonna run out of daylight. What a forever project. I don't even think I have enough lamp oil to even finish it. I'll take you. That's crazy. All right, douse that, put it away. Tell you what, break that stone. You're not even tired. Yeah, no doubt. I mean, realistically, we were looking at this when we had 24 days, and we were looking for the wolf or the cougar. Now we're up to 27 days. That's crazy. That's a long time. Stack of papers. Yeah. Just about out of water, too. And we can't even sleep for the night yet. All right. Get a drink. Let's see if we can get you to morning and get this project done. How to end up with a cupboard? No, Astrid, you can't sleep in the cupboard. Oh, 2D icons for the apples. Okay. I see what you're saying. All right. Good night,
Meet
Toasty.
Teresa.
Thanks for hanging out, bud. I appreciate it. All right. Time to get crazy. Come on. Project make coat. Go. Ta-da! All right. Now we got a backup parka. Okay, Aster, while you're in a crafty mood, let's make some gloves because your gloves are down to 10%. I mean, you're here in the house. Why not? Grab your last bit of water. Then maybe we can make a fire. Is there water in here? No. Then we can cook the rest of your steaks. How expensive are these? 5 hours. Good Lord, girl. We can stay in this house all day. Put it away and wear it for special occasions. Yeah, no doubt. As much time as I put in it, should treat it like a tuxedo. I have a stalker run that I have. Actually, that'll be out here in an hour. But I decided to do the whole wolf costume. So I have wolf pants, a wolf jacket, the wolf hat. Astrid's playing cosplay, walking around Great Bear. All right. We don't need the hat. We need to repair the hat. But we need mittens, right? Okay. Gloves are shot. You put those away for safekeeping. Then we can repair that in due time. Okay, so yeah, let's make mittens. Go. And if the weather's nice, we can cook outside. just use that one. Yeah, the Wolf Woman of Great Bear Island. Yeah, the outfit looks ridiculous, but it's just something to do because I'm trying to keep that run going for 500 days. So I'm doing all kinds of ridiculous nonsense on that one. So on that one, I had to make a whole bunch of silly trades to get all the blueprints and then go collect a ton of wolf hides. 6%. Drop those. Drop. You know what? Just harvest these. Just get it done. Be done with it. We might need those for the shoes. Alright. Spare clothes there. And look at you sporting the coat and the new mittens. Oh, they're flying over crows. I was like, gonna find my deer? Astrid Greenwood. Please light this fire.
Come on, little fire.
No, you don't want that. What a clear day. And we're warm. Code is working. Oh, got more food here. No sticks in respawn, have they? Alright. Ooh, that bow is getting to be in bad shape, isn't it? 48%. Probably ought to start making one of those. Ah, I missed the second shot. Right in his chest. Yeah, turd bird. Yeah, he's going to deadfall, so let's go check our steaks. coming to a theater near you. The Wolf Woman. In a world where a woman is dressed as a wolf. I hear you over there, Ptarmigans. Taunting me. Now that she's fed on all that, his horse, she assumes the aspect of the wolf. The hunted has become the hunter. Mel, not that I can go chase you halfway across the map here. I'm going to at least take a peek and see if you... Well, I certainly don't see you close by, but... Maybe we'll wander over towards Trappers. It's got to be over somewhere in that area. Probably need to craft everything. Get a little light on arrows as well. What day are we on? We're 27 or 28 here. What's this one? 57. So we came in the Mystery Lake on day 12. So 12, there's 10. PC, I think you're right. It's got to be any day now. It's got to be any day now. I mean, we're like 4 days away from 20 days. Being here in Mystery Lake. We got to think it's got to be showing up. Yeah, I'd be excited if I just saw that menu that I saw earlier when I was in the wrong save, that deal where it says that it's 10 days away or whatever, and it's in the area or on its way or whatever. I forget what it says. Feel like we were getting somewhere finally after 5 episodes trying to do this. Hey, cooking 4. Good deal. What do you got? See, now we have the odd numbered steak. We'll do some water while we're outside, too. Falling behind on all this stuff. Oh, and this is a small one anyway. Speed that one up and make some water. Oh, we had a pot for this. Why did I go upstairs to get a pot when I had a pot? Silly man. Alright. Well, let's go put that one back. That's what I get for not checking the inventory. Yeah, I keep waiting for it as I come in and out of the house. It's like it's got a trigger. I think it's this one. So that's going to be another hour. 14 minutes, so. That should work. $45 minutes. Well, that's right, with cooking level, so that was 51. Okay. How much food do we have? A couple days worth. That's not bad. Put some water down. $36. That's gonna burn. Alright. I'll be patient. Hey, Art. Welcome in. Late for you. Good Lord. What is it, like 2 o'clock in the morning? 3 o'clock in the morning? I have been doing a live series of Cougar 1.0, and it's been 2 months since I've streamed this, so. But we're about 3 hours into me playing catch up and trying to kill time in Mystery Lake until the cougar rears its head.
Getting a bit thirsty.
That should work out. Yeah, not that this is unprecedented for you. I've seen I've seen you come on and stream right about the time it's about midnight on my end of the planet. So yeah. Speaking of which, good. We're not cabin fevering it after our crafting session. That should work out. 2.5 on us. Maybe I could find that deer in the morning that ran off. Didn't have crappy torches mixed in with one decent torch. Might as well take it. Speaking of which, let's get rid of this. That away. Let's harvest the other arrow that broke. You know how we need to make arrows anyway. Might as well kill some time here. You're not even that tired, are you? Well, this isn't optimal weather to go looking for a deer. Something we can do in the dark here. That needs to be done. Save the knife. Yeah, insomnia is not as bad as cabin fever, though. At least with insomnia, you can sleep. You just don't get the healing sleep that you would normally get. You can at least rest. I'd almost think that would be a nice mechanism for the lack of a bedroll. So, like, if you had a fire and you could lay down on the cave floor, you could rest, but it wouldn't heal you, or you'd get like 50% of the rest or something. Because the fact that you can't just lay on the ground and sleep is a little strange. I mean, people do it all the time. All right, that's close enough. This doesn't sound any better. This is perfect weather to go looking for a dead deer. Well, I guess we could fix our hat. Any guts on me? Oh, that's right. Get deer hide hanging out in my back pocket. Why not? We ain't got nothing better to do. We're waiting for the cougar to show up. Alright, hat's fixed. I would assume this requires... I wonder if that one out... Mending too. Wow, we have been here way too much. Waiting for this cougar to show up. There was a ptarmigan out here. Did it decompose finally? Yeah, it went away. Okay. I was thinking maybe there might be feathers still on it. But she be gone. And we got none in here. Well, I guess no better time than the present to maybe make arrows and a new bow. So now we can't go outside. I just realized that's the old model too, isn't it? Yeah, it's the old model. Arrow shafts. What do we need here? Arrowheads out of the drawer, please. It's a blizzard's blowing in the cougar. I sure hope so. I sure hope so. All right. Let's make 2 arrows. See where our storm's at. How long to do the bow? 6 hours. Well, it's not perfect, but it's better. Hello, Joe. Yes, this is the, I don't remember what build version it is. It's 2.12 or something along that lines. This is the version of the original Cougar that was out for 4 days. So right now we are just hanging out in Mystery Lake, waiting for the Cougar to finally arrive. So we're kind of just killing time in a way. We've just been kind of hunting and crafting a few things. Right now we're looking for a deer that got away from me. I shot him in the chest, but not the head. He ran off on me. Kind of came in this direction, but God knows where he's at. Just have to see if the crows will help. Don't hear anything. Your favorite Cougar 1.0? Yeah, I prefer 1.0 myself. Sure, I mean, if you got advice, I've messed around with it. We did a podcast with Zach Nafane about a year ago on it, and in order to even have an opinion on it, we needed to experience it.
Jesus,
So
it's cold.
it's been a while since I messed with it, but when I did it, we cheated our way to it. We kind of hibernated till it showed up, and then we used some mods to help us get better gear and stuff. So I haven't had the privilege of actually like living with it. So that's kind of what this is all about. Oh, mouse sensitivity. Yeah, my mouse sensitivity is pretty high. I actually take a lot of steps to be very slow with it when I'm moving around because I know it's very jerky for people to watch. So I try to be mindful about it. So, but I do have it turned up pretty high. Okay, that's max. That's not our deer.
So cold.
And I'm not even all that worried about hunting it. I mean, if it comes about, it comes about. But it's more the thing that I thought was really intriguing when we did our prep work for the show was just the music and the drama that they add to it is so cool and it fit the mood. And that's kind of what I wanted to experience. I kind of wanted to experience in a more natural state instead of modded push just to kind of experience the encounter. Which the encounter itself is quite, it's intense, I guess would be the best word. It's fairly intense. Well, I'll be surprised if this is it, because I think this is that guy that's over by... I think Trapper's right over the hills, and this is the dude. It's the dude. So let's go back to Deadfall. Yeah, that's the thing. They tried to give some more usage for the noisemakers. So, yeah, if you can find a den. I know of one spot where it can be. I think it's in Pleasant Valley. But I really don't know much more than that. So that might be kind of intriguing, too, to... Once it appears, whether or not we engage with it, and then... That was kind of the thing I wanted to experience, because we got to experience the whole entanglement part and that, but to actually live with it and, you know, like leave and stay away from the area and see how it follows you and stuff like that. I thought that might be kind of an interesting thing. You did the Cougar 1.0 when you was on 500 days, and had to back up the saves, though. Must have died and reloaded about 50 times. Yeah, that's kind of what we did when we prepped for it. We had a save file that we were sharing. Freaking peekaboo wolf. Sneak up on me like that. Alright, so that's not my deer. May have lost it to the blizzard. That will just not be fun. Yeah, that's why I have mixed feelings about whether or not I want to actually have an engagement with the cougar. I might want to just, you know, leave the area when it does show up and kind of get that experience of, you know, what's it like to live with in different areas as you move around and try to find the nesting places and stuff. The only experience with Cougar 1.0, it may seem very silly. I spawned in Timberwolf Mountain, and while traveling towards the summit, got a random boss music for about 90 seconds and traveling past me. Yeah. That's the other thing, too. I think the music is really cool on it. Well, maybe we'll have to do like we did last time. See how we misplaced our deer. Maybe we just take out another one. Oh, what a horrible shot. Especially after you shot that wolf. Yeah, I've lost the arrow. Oh, it's over here. No, DC, it doesn't. It just spawns in like a super, like more like a moose super wolf combo. Oh, you doggy, move. Or I should say, this is working exactly the way I planned. I wanted to move them closer to my base. Oh, he ran off. No, you're going towards the base. That's good. Hang on, Joe. Gotta turn down the YouTube nanny. I gotta turn that off. It's being a little overzealous. Okay. Yeah, that's why I don't think I'm too all that intrigued by doing the engagement with it. I just more or less I'm waiting for it to get here, and then I want to kind of see, you know, what want to kind of experience the whole thing. Like I said, I kind of did the same thing what you were talking about with the save, and you just kind of reload and redo. Never mind. Saw my wolf coat and got all excited. Oh. Sure, wolf comes around a rock and I can freaking hit it, but get me to try to take out a deer. Come on, deer, charge me and threaten my life. Maybe I can shoot you better. Give up. I'm gonna stick to the rabbits. Maybe I can hit them. Come on, Astrid. Let's get you inside. Freezing you to death.
Can you eat trees?
I'm gonna have to go to Pleasant Valley so I can go practice shooting at the barn. Yeah, I really don't have the gear to be fighting the cougar either. I need some better clothing. Be worth it to go to Black Rock and get the vest and make some better pants and stuff too for the defensive stuff. Isn't that the truth? I felt really good when I hit the wolf. I got too confident. I'm about 1 for 6 right now. I did manage to kill one a little earlier. We did manage to make a wolf coat, so that did add a little bit to our defense, but we need like a bear coat, and if we had that vest and some other stuff, we'd be in a little better shape. But yeah, I'm not too worried about taking the cougar on for the kill. I'm just more or less, like I said, I'm more about just experiencing the intro and the pomp and circumstance of it all and everything. We definitely need to get the bow. Start a replacement. Well, the next time I'm watching you and you have a bow, you'll have to show me your little trick there, Ark. Yeah, I've got level 5 archery on my stalker, and I can do, you know, because you can creep up on them. And it's a whole lot different ball game, but probably need to warm up some more. I'm running out here and I haven't warmed up completely. Getting excited. Here, come up here and warm up, bastard. What time is it? We still got plenty of daylight. Plenty of time to go miss. There you go. Yeah, I understand. And that's why I'm not giving up. I'm warmed up now. We're gonna go over here and we'll go throw some more arrows at them. Practice, practice, practice. That's how I finally got good enough to shoot the wolves. Just practicing that whole aim and backing up thing. That's kind of what we're doing, Joe. I'm just grinding anyway. I'm just trying to come up with things to do because I'm just, like I said, I'm kind of just waiting for the cougars to show up. It's the only reason why I'm hanging out in Mystery Lake. All right, target-rich environment. Let's see how bad we can be today. The game lets you start drawing the bow as soon as you stop crouching. So as you're going down, as the crouching down part. Something like that? I don't know. I have to see it in practice. There we go. A little better. A little better. Probably not going to be able to keep the fire here. Not that cold. See how cold we get. Warm enough. Well, after missing 20 times, I'm glad I hit it.
drop any of this gear.
No, can't drop any of this gear. Oh, you said gear. I'm sorry. Well, I will say this. 35 hours to make the wolf coat was definitely worth it because we're staying a little warmer than we were earlier. Yeah, that's right. She hasn't walked her hands. It's the horse. I don't know if these yahoos over by the derailment are going to get excited or not. The boys on the lake should be still not respond yet. They kind of cleared the lake out. They're the ones who supplied the coat. You can get surprisingly close to the deer when crouching. You don't realize until you stand. Yeah, that's the practice part. Is knowing the distance that I need to be. All right, we'll leave that there. We'll cook later.
Sure getting...
I know you're cold. Let's warm up again. But look how productive we were when we were warm. Yeah, ever since they moved the moose spawn over here, you can definitely get the surprise moose. Yeah, when you're closer, it's easier to correctly predict the aim and shoot. Aim for stand and shoot. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of you got to kind of be lined up for your shot as you stand up and draw. Yeah, that part I understand. It's just getting all the mechanisms in play. Like everything else, you got to do it over and over again. I would venture to guess this is pre-wildlife move because earlier we were over by unnamed pond where that little cabin was, and the moose markings were down low like they used to be instead of up high in the middle of the tree. So I think this is pre-wildlife refresh. So They're still pretty warm. Maybe I can grab this hide too. Wasn't too worried about it, but give us one more. Same time. Oh, no worries, Joe. Don't worry about it. I have my typing issues too, especially if I'm on my phone. Ooh, we gonna get a free deer? Nope. Yeah, I heard you. I thought you were gonna get that deer for me. Come on. Let's get down here to a level playing field here. I still have cooking stuff, like I can make bannock and stuff, if that's the update you're talking about, Art. It has the recipes and stuff in it.
It's dusk, so I can't be far behind.
Come on, you want to dance? Oh, you ran the wrong way, dear. Yeah, he's interested in a rabbit. Good. Yeah, the deer is using me to get away. Exactly right. Luring him into the... Yeah, I have ptarmigans. I have them up here by camp office, so... They've been teasing me with their funny little noises. So we have ptarmigans. But I noticed that little cabin over by no name or unnamed pond had the moose spawn over there, which I think that's old spawn, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong about that. And then we had the bear roaming around over there by on that old run over there. In fact. So yes, we've got the cooking recipes and stuff. So we've got the cooking update on this one. I forget what version it is exactly. No safe house customization because you can't use the night vision. Got to do this old school. Yeah, we don't need to eat anything. Misery came out the same time the first Cougar came out. Okay. Do something productive versus wasting time. Don't need any of that. You don't know if you could live without moving the bed downstairs anymore. I know. I first noticed that too with the being in the dark. I was like, oh gosh, I gotta put a lamp on. Yeah, I know whenever I stay at the farmhouse, I always move the beds downstairs and you have to go running around. Even though you can use the night vision. Here, just get us to daylight here.
I'm starving.
You're starving? Yep. Need to make you some water, don't we? I keep waiting for it. Actually, you know what? Save that one. Let's use one of the crappy ones.
Come on, little fire. Come on. Your fire. Take a hot fire. Yeah. Thank goodness. Made it through another night.
And we're to day 30, so like, again, it's like it gotta be really close. We've been into we got here on day 12? Yeah. So you should be seeing it soon. I forgot we can drop all these. We don't need these anymore. Lugging around extra weight for nothing. Those two, huh? Joe, you might have to ask him which fire. Got two going. Hey, old guy can't game. I would assume at some point with Frankie, it got to where it's like it's become repetitive. It's sometimes hard to keep your focus on that. Kind of like what happened to me in Dead World. We were stuck doing beachcombing, and it was kind of bouncing back and forth between Crumbling Highway and Desolation Point, back and forth, and it's like it's hard to keep your focus. It loses its luster. Keep at it. No ptarmigans. Need a box out here. Too many loose sticks to pick up. Alright. Let's see if we can speed this up a little bit. Torch out of there. Create a 4-burner stove.
Come on, little fire.
64 sticks a day. That keeps the fire burning for 12 hours. That's pretty impressive for the burn bonus. And you're right, that's not a lot of sticks. Not really. Alright, let's get some cooking done. Drop these around the corner. Out of the way. Keep picking them up accidentally. There you go. Out of the way. 4:48 minutes. Timing might work out right for this storm. And the wind is blowing in the favorable direction. Seeing how we have time on that fire.
Man, this pack is getting kind of heavy.
Let's make use of it. Don't see the wolves on the lake. There it is.
That sound. Not what I wanted to hear.
We finally got it.
That guy who drank his own pee doesn't
Cougar
seem so
arrives in
crazy
5
right now.
days. Finally. Oh, what a slog to get to this point. So instead of the cutscene and getting that whole thing where it takes things out of your hand or ruins your inventory, it's a much more sensible warning. Cougar arrives in 5 days. Although that's not very stealthy. It still sneak up on you. Well, hello, boys. Thanks for walking by. They just kind of spawned in out of nowhere. That's funny. You can hear it. That's cool. Whole different experience. How much time we got? More. 10 minutes. Wow, that's burning nicely. That was the craziest thing ever to see them 3 wolves just like right behind me. We should go scan the vista and maybe spot it. I guess we could go to the overlook and check it out. Although I don't think we're going to see anything. What? Now we got to hang out here for 5 days in order for it to actually have the interactable part of it, which I don't necessarily want to fight the thing. I do want to have the experience with the music and all that stuff, but I also want to see what's going to happen when we leave. Like what happens after that. Probably ought to hang out at the dam or something. Be ready to book it out. Oh, the Vista spot. Okay. I follow you. The Polaroid. Yeah, I found a Polaroid somewhere. Down the cave up the rope climb. I forget what that's called up there. I found it in there. It's up by the overlook. Or not the overlook, but the forestry outlet. Well, that's not a very good torch. No, I think the Polaroid's for the, oh, it is that one. Okay, never mind. You're right. Mystery Lake Vista. I thought it was for the forestry one. I thought I saw the red building in it. Well, we can go find out. We can get some charcoal and go up there and go map. This fire's almost out. We'll get some charcoal out of that. I was gonna say, I've got to probably have a ton of water on me.
I wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
Relax. We're dropping some gear. Cougar ground? Ooh. It's actually clearing up. Might be able to. Get a good picture. You really like the Polaroids for mapping systems. Wish they were more game elements for replayability. Yeah. Might be an interesting use to expand the camera. If you took pictures from certain locations and they would help you draw the map better. Here, do one more. Let's take these back upstairs real quick. Like instead of the 9 bunkers being known locations, you could get info from Polaroids. Maybe, yeah, that would be an interesting way to do it. Yeah, they'd have to be more dynamic, I would assume. Then they'd have to not be so stagnant. But that would be kind of neat, where you have to find like the memento or find a Polaroid, a clue as to where they're located, because they are supposed to be hidden. All right, let's go up here. Yeah, I remember when they were like in multiple places and you had to hunt them down. Because even the old maps would show that, you know, like possible location. I do remember that. I also remember not finding very many of them either. Yeah, I wouldn't even mind it if they made it so you had to use like the radio from the tails even to find all the bunkers, not just the ones in the tails, but the other ones as well. Like they're hidden and you can't get to them unless you have the radio. Kind of. Although I know that ruins it for people without the DLC or whatever, but maybe come up with something that's added into the regular game to make up for that or whatever, but make them a little more difficult to get to, because they are such an easy boon, especially if you're playing on the lower levels where you get the ones that are stock. See, here's ptarmigans. Got one rock. I don't think I necessarily hit him on the fly. It was more like bowling. Is this my vista point? Nope, it's... I think it's the one that's up by the forestry outlook. Well, I could have sworn that was in the Polaroid. Hang on. I think I can find the Polaroid. Where are they at here? Yeah. I remember seeing the outline of the outlook there. That's all right. This one doesn't hurt. We're just basically killing 5 days until it really hits the fan. I think I'm going to go camp out at the dam as it gets closer. That way I can run and hide like a schoolgirl. Yeah, and I need the feathers to fix the insulated panel I've got. It's down around 60%, and I need some extras to repair it, so that won't hurt either. So where'd all those dogs go? That was the weirdest thing. You'd think they'd be out there on the lake, but
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
32%. Did I pick up stuff to make one? I did, didn't I? Let's go ahead and start this project, because if the wolf is going to, or I mean, the cat's going to be here in 5 days, I want to be able to bug out with at least a good bow. So. Get this started at least. Hot bird water time. Yeah. I've done a few of those in my life where you soak those chickens and pluck their feathers. It's not the funnest job in the world. Oops. Improvised knife, please. Thank you.
I could eat anything right now.
Might as well have two. You got room. Carry them on your hips instead of your back. Go until nightfall at least. Maybe? Why not? Give it a shot. See how far we can get. 30 minutes. No. Light the light. Not pick up the hammer. Probably don't have that much oil for this, but let's get this done. 22 minutes. You picked the right knife. All right, Astrid. Time for bed. You know, speaking of bird and hot water and all that stuff, let's harvest this thing in the dark so you don't watch all that jerky motion. It'll just sound like a slasher movie. All right. We need at least 2. And we need to sleep, so what the heck. Good Lord. Five days. Let's see what it says in the morning. Fully rested. Cougar's 4 days away. But I think I'm going to keep that as my save point.
Need
I just
snow
looked
if
up and realized
hypothermia
I've been
wouldn't kill me.
streaming for 4 hours and 20 minutes and have not taken a single break. I'm getting as bad as Archimedes. I haven't got it out of the chair. It's going to be painful. So, to everybody that took the time to hang out, thank you so very much. Appreciate all of the commentary and help and the chat and everybody. So, thank you very, very much. And if I get time, maybe we'll fire this up tomorrow and continue this. I'm excited now. We finally got to the point where the bird or the cougar is in play. So, want to see how that all plays out. So, again, thank you very much, and we will catch you on the next stream.